This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. Do apologize for the late start. I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Parliamentary Commission for Standards. Madam Speaker, give me 1 second to make sure. My apologies, Madam Speaker. I'll start again. I move that the bill shortly entitled Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill 2024 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, before I read the objects and reasons of the bill, it is important that I state that this Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill is a significant milestone for the House of Assembly. It enables the House of Assembly to move a step closer to the autonomy it seeks to advance. Section 82 of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007, which grants the legislature the autonomy to determine and regulate by law the privileges, immunities, and powers of the House of Assembly and its members. This bill, Madam Speaker, is another in the series of bills and documents that form part of the integrity framework for the territory. This framework shows how public officers, ministers, statutory boards, and House of Assembly members will be governed and held accountable. So it ensures that members of the public know which organization to speak to if they have a concern. Public officers will continue to be governed by the respective commissions: Teaching Service Commission, Police Service Commission, Judicial and Legal Service Commissions, and Public Service Commission, based on provisions in the Public Service Management Act when enacted, and the Service Commissions and regulations. The designated grades will register their interests in a private register under the Public Service Management Act, be governed by the Public Service Management Code, and if there are concerns about maladministration, persons will write to the Complaints Commissioner. For ministers, the Integrity Commission will provide oversight under the provisions of the Integrity and Public Life Act. We will register our interests under the Register of Interest Act. We will be guided by the Ministerial Code of Conduct, the Code in the Integrity and Public Life Act, and the Cabinet Handbook. When there are complaints about our actions, persons will contact the Integrity Commission. For statutory board members, the Integrity Commission will also provide oversight through the Integrity and Public Life Act. They will register their interests in a private register with a relevant permanent secretary. Once their legislations are amended to include strengthened good governance provisions, statutory board members will adhere to the Code of Conduct in the Integrity and Public Life Act, and if there are complaints about their actions, persons will also contact the Integrity Commission. Madam Speaker, this brings us to members of the House of Assembly, who for the first time will be governed by a Parliamentary Commission for Standards. We will continue to register our interests with the Registrar of Interests under the provisions of the Registrars of Interest Act, and we will soon approve a code of conduct for members of the House of Assembly. If members of the public have concerns about members of the House of Assembly, they'll be able to lodge their complaints with the soon-to-be-established Parliamentary Commission for Standards. Madam Speaker, the draft bill before us seeks to regulate the conduct of members of the House of Assembly. It will establish a Parliamentary Commission for Standards and promote, encourage, and safeguard the high standards of conduct in public office of members of the House of Assembly. The bill contains 7 parts and 2 schedules. Part 1 of the bill makes provision for preliminary matters, short title and interpretation. Part 2 of the bill contains clauses 3 to 14 and is titled Parliamentary Commission for Standards. Provisions include the independence of the Commission, composition of the Commission, disqualification from appointment as Commissioner, the tenure and removal from office, appointment of an acting Commissioner, remuneration of Commissioners for services, appointment of a Secretary and staff, and immunity from suit. Part 3 of the bill contains clauses 15 to 18. It provides for the following: responsibility of the Commission, its functions, power, and provides for the issuance of directions. Part 4 contains clauses 19 to 33. It provides for the following general provisions relating to an investigation into a complaint, outlines the stages of the investigation, restrictions on investigations by the Commission, empowerment of the Commission to issue notices to persons to provide information and evidence, specific requirements to supply documents, administration of votes, preparation of reports by the Commission, and the subsequent action for the House to take on receipt of the report. The right to appeal a decision and referral of matters to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Part 5 has a single clause which makes reference to the Code of Conduct of the House of Assembly. Part 6 of the bill contains clauses 35 to 39. It includes provisions for the funds of the Commission, empowers the Commission to obtain goods and services, obliges the Commission to keep proper accounts of receipts, payments, assets, and liabilities, and the Commission's responsibility to prepare an annual report on its activities. The final part contains clauses 40 to 47. Provision is contained for obligations of members, including informing the Commission of their interest in government contracts. There is also provision by the following: seal of the Commission for the purposes of evidence of authenticity, restriction on disclosure of information by the Commission and its staff, taking of the oath or affirmation by Commissioners and staff, protection from defamation or other proceedings of statements made by persons during investigations by the Commission, offense of non-compliance with a notice issued under the Act, power to amend the schedule to the Act, and power for the Minister to make regulations. 2 schedules follow. The first, which is a complaint form, and the second of which contains the oath affirmation of Commissioner and member of staff. Madam Speaker, it is important to state that while the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry call for various good governance reforms, the decision to implement this Parliamentary Commission for Standards was taken by members of this Honorable House. While the conduct of members was previously governed by the Integrity in Public Life Act, we felt that in an effort to ensure a greater level of autonomy for the House of Assembly and separation of powers among the 3 arms of government, the introduction of the bill is a necessary step in our political advancement. Madam Speaker, as I close, let me just recognize the outstanding work of yourself and your team as it pertains to putting this Parliamentary Commission for Standards bill together. I also want to recognize the efforts of all members of the House of Assembly who made contributions to where we are today. Certainly, Madam Speaker, you are establishing yourself a very significant legacy as it pertains to reformation of the House of Assembly, which we know there are many other plans to modernize and revolutionize how the House of Assembly conducts its business, and I want to recognize you. And I also want to recognize the Premier's Office, the Permanent Secretary, and her team, Carolyn South Igwe, Attorney General's Chambers, and all others who have helped us up until this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
One moment, Deputy Premier. I recognize the the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Madam Speaker, it might seem unusual, but there's everything right about it. And as a member of this House, you have every right to this privilege. The Premier has stated how instrumental you've been in drafting this piece of legislation and getting it, not just drafting it, but getting it here. This is indeed a historic step There are more to be taken, but this is the first step in bringing this house to the independence that we wish to have it at some point. So I think it would be only fitting and right, Madam Speaker, for you to address this house on this particular bill, to bring clarity to all of us as to what it entails and what it means to us. So I think you should do that, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead, Deputy Premier. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable Premier and the member for the 3rd District for your consideration of me in terms of the role that I have played in relation to this bill before us today. The member for the 3rd did mention he might do something to this extent. I wasn't quite sure if he would have actually done so. So just in case, I just prepared something quite short. So when I first was appointed as Speaker, I had limited knowledge on the extent of what the role entailed. However, I took my oath and commitment that I made to the people of the territory to observe the tenets of fairness and to apply the ideals of transparency and accountability in my management of the affairs of this honorable house. In this quest to learn and positively contribute to the improvement of the institution, I attended the various conferences held by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and had several meetings with Speaker Hoyle's office and his team in the UK. Based on insight and knowledge gained through these means, I began to assess where the institution was in terms of progression and what measures were required to advance it further. After having discussions with members of this honorable house in respect to my vision for the legislature, we began to formulate a plan for the reformation of the house, a plan to strengthen the institution, which included, amongst other plans, the introduction of a code of conduct for members of the House of Assembly. Today, with the introduction of this bill, I can only express how elated I am that we have gotten to this point. Many may wonder why I am elated, and I will say that one reason is that it wasn't an easy journey for the legislature as a branch of government to have legislation to independently govern members on matters of integrity, which is its right afforded to it under Section 82 of the Constitution. To accomplish this task, it took negotiations with the governor and his team, as well as many long days to be able to bring this bill, the Code of Conduct, and other complementary items forward in such a short time frame. Through this bill, a Commission for Standards will be established, and its primary purpose is to enforce a Code of Conduct, which will be shortly introduced. The Code of Conduct will act as a guide to members in maintaining the appropriate standards of conduct when performing their roles. A key feature in the application and enforcement of the Code is to build and maintain the public's trust and confidence in their elected representatives. The key features of this bill include the ability of the Commission to receive any complaint from members and members of the public that the conduct of a member of the House of Assembly has at a relevant time failed to comply with a requirement of a relevant provision under the Code of Conduct. The Commission will also be able to investigate any such complaint in accordance with the procedures that will be laid down. And of course, the Commission will have the ability to impose some sanctions on members if a member is found to be in breach of the code. In conclusion, I wish to express gratitude to the members of the House, the clerk and her team, the parliamentary consultant, Madam AG and her team, Dr. Arlene Penn, Madam P.S. Igwe, and everyone else who have contributed to our ability to get here today. This is just one of the many changes to come in the Reformation process, and I do look forward to the discussions to be had during the committee stage. So again, honorable members, thank you for this opportunity. Yes, at this time, honorable members, the floor is open for debate. I do recognize the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said a little while ago, this has been long in coming. I think that I personally, along with others, have made 2 trips to the UK with 2 speakers, you being the second, all lockstep for the same purpose, to see the day when this House of Assembly become an independent body. Madam Speaker, I'll start with the definitions on the bill. Interpretation. Under interpretation, it says clerk. Clerk means the clerk of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, and that word would show up throughout the bill. I think that we should, Standing Orders 8 outlines the duties of the clerk, and we just need to amend Standing Orders 8 to extend those duties to include her role, or his role, when dealing with this bill, or matters of this act. Madam Speaker, the next one is minister. I have strong views regarding the placement of this particular subject in the hands of a minister, any minister. And I'll get to explaining exactly what I mean about this from a constitutional standpoint. But, Madam Speaker, as it is right now, you should have been the one who have brought this bill to the House of Assembly. You should have been the one. I thought in your presentation you would have said something regarding that. But let us be clear. From my understanding, you were advised not to bring it because it has financial implications. And the Constitution is clear on matters being brought before the House by anyone other than the Minister for Finance if it has financial implications. But however, the same Constitution gives the Minister for Finance and the person who's bringing the bill the avenue for bringing it. As long as you have the blessing of the Minister of Finance, it's a non-issue. And I see no reason why the Minister of Finance would have seen that different. But Madam Speaker, speaking of why the bill and this House of Assembly has no place in the hands of a minister, I'll put it in context, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a basic tenet of democracy is the separation of powers. And on that basis alone, No minister should have control of this subject. Further, Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly, together with the King, makes up the legislature, which is and shall always be treated as a separate but equal branch of government. That separation is not kept if it falls under the executive. A look at the intentions of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, will show A, Executive Section 46. The executive authority of the Virgin Islands shall be vested in His Majesty, and subject to this Constitution, the executive authority may be executed on behalf of His Majesty by the governor. That's dealing with the executive, Madam Speaker, that branch of government. The judiciary, the Supreme Court Order 1967A shall continue to apply to the Virgin Islands as it applies immediately before the commencement of this Constitution, and accordingly, the High Court and the Court of Appeal of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court shall continue to have jurisdiction in the Virgin Islands. But what is also important, Madam Speaker, is Section 61 under the governor's special duties, C, says the governor shall be responsible for the administration of the courts. Madam Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that whereas the governor is given a role in both the judiciary and the executive, such is not the case with the legislative. Just saying, Madam Speaker, to show that this subject does not lie with the governor, nor does it lie with the executive. This subject lies with the House of Assembly, dealing with the legislature. So I would hope, Madam Speaker, that by the time we are finished here today, that members would come to the conclusion that the rightful place for this subject to be is with you, the Speaker of the House of Assembly. Clearly, to separate the powers. The governments, the three branches of government, none shall be subjected to the powers of the other, or the whims and fancies of the other. Clause 4, Madam Speaker, of the bill, it says, the commission shall comprise of 3 commissioners, one of whom shall be a retired judge. I don't know, everybody will have their views on that, one of whom shall be a retired judge. I would like for us, when we get in the committee, for someone to explain what this magic is. That it specifically states that one should be a retired judge. But it goes on to say, or an attorney at law of at least 15 years standing, and who has practiced in the Virgin Islands or within the jurisdiction of our organization, of the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States, and who shall be the chairperson of the commission. A lot of respect, Madam Speaker. It shows the seriousness of this commission, the intent. We want to have the person who is charged with that responsibility to be as objective as possible and as independent as possible. I don't think you could gain any more independence than that of a retired judge. Of course, what else do you have to prove? You have probably done lock up or put everyone else. So you'll have the competence to deal with 13 politicians in a fair and objective manner. And then as far as 5 is concerned, Madam Speaker, the appointment of the commissioners, the House of Assembly shall, on recommendation of an interview panel, appoint by resolution the commissioners referred to in Section 4, on such terms and conditions as the House of Assembly may determine. And such terms and conditions as the House of Assembly may determine. I'm glad to see that, Madam Speaker, that we are adhering to the principles of the Constitution, which says, and you'll hear this again, which says the House of Assembly shall make laws for the privileges, immunities, and powers of itself and its members. Despite what everyone may think, no one else in this community has been given by the people of this territory that right, that privilege to represent them, to make laws, and in so doing, Madam Speaker, that level of respect has to be extended. And it is, you can see it happen through the Constitution. That level of respect has to be extended to the members of this House to make laws for the powers, immunities, and privileges of the House of Assembly and themselves. I know there are those who would like to remove this clause, but it's Constitution. This is not something that we're making up. That's why it says, on such terms and conditions as the House of Assembly may determine. 3C, Madam Speaker. The interview panel referred to in subsection 1 shall comprise of 5 members as follows: the Chief Justice, a person designated by the Chief Justice, being a resident judge in the Virgin Islands. Again, Madam Speaker, that level of respect and all confidence that you can't get any better than that when it comes to fairness and objectivity by seeking out specifically the judiciary to be in positions to make decisions like these that needs to be made. For Clause 5.4, Clause 5.5, House of Assembly may delegate to the committee or any other person the duty of determining the terms and conditions of the commissioners appointed under subsection 1. The House of Assembly, not the Speaker, not the Premier, or the Leader of the Opposition, the House of Assembly, all of us, to make that determination. There's nothing biased about that. It is a constitutional responsibility of ours. Clause 6, Madam Speaker. G. Clause 6G says, a person shall not be eligible for appointment as commissioner if that person has been convicted of an offense within or outside the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, to just say convicted of an offense, I learned of something here in Tortola, in Virgin Islands, that we should specifically state, if this is what we mean, we should specifically state convicted of a criminal offense, if that's what we mean. Why I'm asking for that clarity, Madam Speaker, is because I learned that for traffic violations in the Virgin Islands, you can go to court and get convicted, and it's considered a conviction, something to that effect. In other words, it becomes a part of a record. Speeding, maybe parking illegally or something to that effect, those things. But we need to clarify what we're talking about when we say convicted of an offense. It should be a criminal offense. Tenure and removal from office, this clause 7, Madam Speaker. A commissioner other than the chairperson shall be appointed for a period of 4 years and shall be eligible for reappointment for only one term, whether consecutive or not. Is it the intention, Madam Speaker, to tie the commissioners to a particular house? When you talk about 4 years, it seems to me as it is too coincidental to be the same length as a term, to not have it be that those commissioners are tied to that particular House of Assembly. So if that is the case, Madam Speaker, I think we need to be a little more explicit in our wording. And 3A says a person who has been appointed as a commissioner may, A, within 6 months before the end of his or her term of office, resign by written notice to the Speaker through the clerk, and in the case where the House of Assembly is dissolved, to the clerk, or be removed from office by the House of Assembly. Let me see if I get that clear, Madam Speaker. A person who has been appointed as a commissioner may, within 6 months before the end of his or her term of office, resign. So, Madam Speaker, am I to believe that you can't resign anytime other than within 6 months of your term of office? Why am I being limited to resign only then? The person should be able to resign at any time they wish, and not be limited to 6 months within the end of the term. Clause 8, Madam Speaker, C. 8.3c. It speaks also again, Madam Speaker. It says, a person appointed as acting commissioner may at any time resign by notice in writing to the Speaker through the clerk. I just want to point it again, Madam Speaker, that the definitions of clerk in standing orders, again, very important to be tied to this commission, Madam Speaker. Remuneration, 9. A commissioner shall be paid such remuneration as a minister may, with the approval of cabinet, determine, and the payment shall be made out of the funds of the commission. I think all I want to point out here again, Madam Speaker, is the clarity between having the minister involved and the House of Assembly, which is the Speaker. Clause 12, proceedings of the commission, Madam Speaker. The commission shall hold its proceedings at such time as may be expedient for the commission, and the proceedings may be held in person or virtually. Madam Speaker, I think when you're talking about in person or virtually, I think that we should say that the virtual part should be a mutual agreement, whether it should be held virtually or if it can be held virtually. In person, I think the commission, that's a clear shot, the commission should be able to call. But if the person wishes to have it virtually and it's okay with the commission and the commission wants to do it, then so be it. But I don't think the commission should be able to impose this virtual meeting on a person who may not have the facilities or the wherewithal, or it may not be convenient for them to do it virtually. So it should be by mutual agreement, Madam Speaker. Immunity from suit, 13. No action shall be brought against the commission, a commissioner, or a person acting under the direction of the commission for an act done or omitted to be done in the execution of the function of the commission or commissioners under this act, unless it is shown that the act was done in bad faith. unless it is done, or it is shown that the action was done in bad faith. Now, Madam Speaker, that's a stretch. To be able to show that the act was done in bad faith. I don't know how we can word it to have it be said appear to be different. But I think that's a lot of onus you're placing on the individual to whom the bad act or the bad faith was executed upon. So I think a little explanation needs to be made there, Madam Speaker. What's bad faith and how do you prove it? 14, publication of application in the Gazette. Clerk shall be responsible for placing it in the Gazette. Duties, again, Madam Speaker, needs to be clearly stated in the standing orders. This is a new duty. 17, power to impose fines. 17.1, the Commission shall, in the performance of its functions under this Act, impose on any member who breaches any provisions of this Act a fine not exceeding $5,000. Is a committee going to determine the various infractions which may occur and determine the penalties for each? That's a serious concern, Madam Speaker. Who's going to determine the various infractions and what kind of fines are going to be levied upon an individual for each of those fines? And Madam Speaker, it's going to be strange for members in this House to be listening or reading this bill and seeing things which for the first time pertains to them and they only, to them and they only. Whatever is in this bill pertains to the 13 of us, or 15 or 14 of us, depends on how you look at it. You want to cross out the AG and say she's under some other legislation. At least 14 of us. So we cannot gloss over this, members. Every single word in this bill is important to you because it's pertaining to you. Don't just see things like this that says a fine not exceeding $5,000 and say, well, has implications that can pertains to you. We have to look at this, comb through it, not just with any other old comb, but a fine-tooth comb, Madam Speaker. 18. Directions and procedures of the House of Assembly. 1. The Commission shall, in carrying out its functions, comply with any directions and procedures of the House of Assembly given by the committee. Now, directions and procedures of the House of Assembly. Directions and procedures of the House of Assembly. Now the House of Assembly, the procedure of the House of Assembly comes in a document called the Standing Orders. And we have to ensure, Madam Speaker, that nothing that we do, say, or right here in this bill contravenes the Standing Orders. No matter what anybody may say, the Standing Orders is a creature of the Constitution, Madam Speaker. We were given the right through the Constitution to develop standing orders. Once we've developed that standing orders and it's gone through the proper procedures, it is a creature of the Constitution. Some people may not like the rights and privileges and powers that are executed, that are granted through the standing orders. So when it comes to directions and procedures of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, directions and procedures of the House of Assembly, the committee should not have to give anyone those procedures and directions. They should get them from the standing orders. Because we don't make those procedures and directions on the fly. Standing orders is a bill, it's not a bill, it's a resolution that came to the House of Assembly. It has passage, it's a living document because we have a committee that upon proper notice will make the amendments and recommend those amendments to the House, this House, which will pass them or deny them. Part 4, Madam Speaker, clause 19. A person who wishes to make a complaint about the conduct of a member shall submit the complaint in the form prescribed in Schedule 1 to the Commission. Madam Speaker, the form in Schedule 1 is lacking in that it doesn't require an individual who makes a complaint. I think it just simply says the name of the complainant. Madam Speaker, I want to see the name. I want to see an identification. I wouldn't go as far as asking for the blood type, but I'd like to know the DNA. Because God in heaven knows, Madam Speaker, every one of us got haters. Some of them are intelligent. Some of them are wicked. And that some could be two. But still some. I know it's more than one. The majority, the vast majority of them are nice people, very nice people. Very nice people. Say it again. The vast majority of the people are very nice people. But it only takes a handful of 5. When you look at the blogs, some of the blogs are 250 blogs. 2 guys blogging all day, all night. So that's why when a guy comes up and he decides to fill out Schedule 1, you got to make sure it ain't the same guy doing it more than once, because only one guy has the same blood type and DNA and all that stuff and ID and all that stuff. Come, bring your stuff. There should be no deterrent whatsoever to anyone filling out the form to make a complaint. None whatsoever. Somebody said they said that the street light in the vicinity of their home has been broken since February. Tell the district representative, March come, it's still broken. April come, it's still broken. The clear indication and reference and insinuation is that the district representative has done nothing. He's useless. I told him since February it was broken. Here come March and April, it's still broken. What good is he? So they're going to file a complaint. He ignores me, but the neighbor, the neighbor, they see the light by their pole is up and running. So he doesn't like me, and he went and he got the neighbor's pole and the light on the pole for the neighbor fix, but he didn't fix mine because he don't like me. But the truth of the matter is, the neighbor probably paid off, or they go to the same church, or maybe nothing was wrong with his light. It was just a matter of a piece of wire blocking something or whatever. Triggered it. He got his fix, but it's the representative's fault. The truth of the matter is, the representative and that neighbor probably don't even talk. So that's why complaints can be malicious, and we want to avoid that at all costs. But at the same time, we don't want to deter people from making complaints. And I want to make that clear. I won't pull back on the DNA because a lot of people got the same DNA. Yeah, those things are used for, especially in cases of child support. So I pull back on that one. But you get the picture, Madam Speaker. The picture is clear. And we are fighting for our life as far as this is concerned. This is something totally alien to us. It's new. It's necessary. We are not fighting it. If we were fighting it, we'll filibuster, we'll do all kinds of things and find all kinds of reasons for it not to get here on the order paper today. But those of us who have experience in making sure that matters don't get on the order paper are the ones who are bringing it. So you see, we have no objections whatsoever. But at the same time, we have to be careful in making sure that once this is passed, the COI, the bill for the COI was passed in 18 something, 1880. They came here, the first we ever heard about it is 2022. So we may never hear about this again. I know that every member of this house and the houses to come will be on their P's and Q's. Yes, they'll be on their P's and Q's. When you get on the telephone talking to someone, make sure you get a witness next to you. Put it on speaker so everybody could hear. Otherwise, we're going to say you hang up the phone on them or something like that. Those are common complaints that people make. Lies. But if somebody say you hang up the phone on them, that's serious. That's serious stuff. Doesn't have to be true. Like I was telling someone that it's impossible for you to prove that you're not married. Think about it. It's impossible to prove that you're not married. Procedures at stage 1, Madam Speaker. Clause 21. C. When the Commission receives a complaint about the conduct of a member of the House of Assembly, the Commission shall, C, except where the Commission considers that it would be inappropriate to do so, inform that member of the name of the complainer. Let me read that again, Madam Speaker, because it says where the Commission receives a complaint about the conduct of a member of the House of Assembly, the Commission shall, C, except where the Commission considers that it would be inappropriate to do so, inform that member of the name of the complaint. Madam Speaker, this should not be an option. I can't see why we can allow that to be an option. Under what circumstance would you consider it to be inappropriate to name the complainant? It should run both ways, Madam Speaker. The only way I will accept this is if that complainant says to the Commission, one of the members of the House of Assembly did so and so. So it means that the Commission doesn't know who the member is, and the member, whoever that member is, doesn't know who made a complaint. So now let the Commission go out and find out which member of the House of Assembly ran that dog down last night. Yeah, make a complaint. I know I'm making a complaint to the Commission that a member of the House of Assembly ran a dog over last night in front of posters. If you can't come and tell me who made that complaint about me, then don't investigate me. Yeah, go investigate the fact that a dog was ran over, then go find out which member did it. So, Madam Speaker, you cannot make a complaint about someone and don't expect your name to be revealed to the person who you're making a complaint against. So I don't agree with that, Madam Speaker. Again, procedures, stage 1, 21, clause 21, 9, Madam Speaker. In any case where the member of the House of Assembly concerned has not been named in the complaint, or the complainer is anonymous, subsections 1, 2, 3, and 8 shall apply only to the extent that they are capable of applying. So I'm sure that there's a whole lot of things in there, but what the gist of this particular section, Madam Speaker? My question is it possible that someone would make a complaint while remaining anonymous and at the same time not naming the member? Why would a commission ever entertain such? So I'm sure there are many factors that can be taken into consideration. But this particular one, I don't understand why the commission should waste their time with it. The complainant is anonymous, the member is anonymous, there's a complaint. There goes, that's the same issue with the dog being run over. Let's not have the commission waste its time, Madam Speaker, just in the name of getting a member of the House of Assembly. Clause 24, Madam Speaker, restriction on investigation. The commission shall not investigate A, conduct of a member in the chamber of the House of Assembly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Glad to hear that, to see that they know, that it's being known that whatever takes place in these chambers is between us, given the immunity that members of this House of Assembly has. And not just this House of Assembly, let's get it clear. It's not just this House here in the Virgin Islands. And we couldn't have it if they didn't have it in the UK. All the powers, privileges, and immunities that we are granted constitutionally to make for this House and its members, they cannot go over and beyond those that are presently experienced, enjoyed by the members of the House of Commons. So I'm glad that this clause is here. It would have had to be placed in here, but I'm glad it's here already. The commission shall not investigate C, allegations relating solely to a member's private and personal life. Private and personal life. Madam Speaker, this is so subjective, Madam Speaker. Trying to draw a line between all private and personal life and the life, or public life, I wish you luck. I wish you luck. One member said that people walk past his house, they could look in and see him in his bed. So I don't think we have a private life, you know. I really don't think so. One guy said he was in the airport terminal in Dubai and he held his head up and he saw somebody from his constituents, one of his constituents. So, good luck. 25, Madam Speaker. 25.1. The Commission may, by notice in writing, require any person, A, attend before the Commission in person or virtually. Again, I want to caution against this virtual thing. I think the virtual thing should always be a convenience and an option when mutually agreed upon. Reports on investigation, this is clause 29, Madam Speaker. Clause 29.3. A report concluding that a member who is named in the report has breached a relevant provision shall not be made to the House of Assembly unless the member concerned has been given a copy of the draft report and an opportunity to make representations on the alleged breach and on the draft report. And there shall be annexed to the report made to the House of Assembly any representation made by that member which are not given effect to in that report. And there shall be annexed to the report made to the House of Assembly and to the House of Assembly any representation made by that member which are not given effect in that report. I don't have a problem with that, Madam Speaker. I think the member should see anything that was done, submitted to the committee, the commission. The member should have access to that, and in order for him to make his case, his or her case. But withdrawal of a complaint, Madam Speaker, 30. This is clause 30, action and report. Clause 32, withdrawal of a complaint. Now this is different. At any time after a complaint has been made to the Commission and before a report is made to the House of Assembly under Section 29, the complaint may be withdrawn by the complainer by notice in writing to the Commission. 2. When a complaint has been withdrawn, as mentioned in subsection 1 during stage 1, the Commission shall cease to investigate that complaint and B, inform the member concerned that a complaint has been withdrawn, that the investigation into the complaint has ceased, and of the reasons given for the complainant for withdrawing the complaint. Madam Speaker, I think that this withdrawal should come with the condition that that particular complaint cannot be resubmitted to the Commission. I think that should be a condition. You make a complaint about a member in January, you withdraw it in February, and you resubmit it in March. It has to be a new complaint, Madam Speaker. Clause 33, referral of matters. Where the Commission receives a complaint that appears on the face of it to be of a criminal nature, or is satisfied on investigation of a complaint that an offense appears to have been committed, the Commission shall immediately refer the matter to the Director of Public Prosecutions together with a complaint or report of the findings. I don't know, Madam Speaker. I know the answer I'm going to get is that it is the norm. That's the answer I'm going to get, that it is the norm. But my question is, Madam Speaker, why does it become the job of the Commission to forward a complaint to the Director of Public Prosecutions and not just refer the matter back to the complainant stating that it is outside of their remit? I think by forwarding it to the DPP, Madam Speaker, somehow incriminates the member. And the meaning of incriminate here, Madam Speaker, means it makes someone appear to be guilty of something. And that's the problem I have with this. Why not just pass it back to the complainant and say, this is outside of our remit? And they will take it wherever they have to take it. But you know, a competent body that has been formed by the House of Assembly through a committee, called the Commission now, is taking the matter and passing it off to the DPP. Because in your considered judgment, a crime has been committed. I have a problem with that, Madam Speaker. And 33(2), where the Commission determines that the subject matter of a complaint or investigation is A, under investigation by the police, or that a charge has been laid, or B, the subject matter of any proceeding in any court, the Commission shall hold its investigation in abeyance pending the final disposition of the investigation by the police and the proceedings in the court. Madam Speaker, if a matter has gone to court and the court has dealt with it, shouldn't that matter be over? Remember, anyone who's aggrieved by a decision made by the Commission can in fact appeal to the courts. It means that the court is the final arbiter. So the matter is in court now. And you're telling me that when the court is done with it, the Commission may or may not still have business to deal with on that particular matter? Someone may say that it's a disciplinary situation. But I've already been dealt with by the courts. Where do you fit in? I heard things like double jeopardy and all kinds of things. Being tried for the same thing twice. There's my concern, Madam Speaker. Might be going a little too far. In the case we call it the overkill, being overzealous. Clause 39, Madam Speaker, on the annual reports, 39.3, the minister shall lay a copy of the report under subsection 1 before the House of Assembly. And again, it gets back to the point I've been making about minister all the time. So I don't think that the minister should be the one laying the report. If we get past the whole issue of separation of powers, and we agree that the minister is the executive, and this is the legislature, and I point out before where there is an association between the governor and the executive, and one between the governor and the judiciary, but none between the governor and the legislature, and that the basic tenet of democracy is the separation of powers. And we should not appear, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, as it now stands, we are in a position where we get our finances from the consolidated funds. And as such, we find ourselves subservient, kowtowing, give me some adjectives there, to the central government. But we're trying to dig ourselves out. This being a first step, let's not take a step in the wrong direction and do the right thing, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mather. I recognize the Junior Minister for Trade. I'm sorry, for Culture, Honorable Lusard Smith.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to give my contribution to this very important debate as we are in the process of debating the Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill 2024. I really don't have much to say, Madam Speaker, but because we did go through most of this in this draft stage during the informal session of the whole House, so there isn't much to say on my part. But I do want to stand before you this morning, Madam Speaker, and say that I do support this bill wholeheartedly, especially recognizing the significance of this particular bill and at this time in our history. I associate myself, of course, Madam Speaker, with the statement made by our Honorable Premier as he introduced the bill to us this morning. And therefore, I just want to highlight a little bit about why a parliamentary commission for standards is crucial, as it upholds the integrity and accountability of us as legislators. In essence, Madam Speaker, it serves as a watchdog for us legislators, that it permits us to be mindful of our behavior and our ethics, and the fact that we are constantly scrutinized, and permits us to avoid conflicts of interest of all times. And I'm of the view as well, and I'm sure of everyone else, Madam Speaker, that it promotes transparency and improves good governance. Now, the bill was introduced and by the Premier, and he lists all the sections of the bill, and our honorable senior member give quite a bit of information in terms of what the bill consists of in the different parts, and his views on some of those aspects. But in order for us to achieve achieve some of the objectives of this particular bill, promoting transparency, improving good governance, and ensuring that us as legislators are behaving in ethical ways and avoiding conflicts of interest, etc. The functions of the Commission, as outlined, is in the bill. To me, is one of the important aspects of the bill, because if the Commission does not have the opportunity or the power to function as it should, then all of these things are of naught. So I will focus on clause 15. It was mentioned before, the responsibility of the Commission. And it reads, the Commission shall, in the exercise of its functions under this Act, be responsible for promoting, encouraging, and safeguarding high standards of conduct in the public office by members of the House of Assembly. That, in essence, to me, Madam Speaker, speaks volumes. And in your statement, Madam Speaker, you mentioned that this commission of parliamentary commission will help to build or strengthen the confidence of the public's confidence in us as legislators, Madam Speaker. And then, of course, in clause 16, it goes into the functions of the Commission. The function of the Commission are 16A, to receive any complaint that the conduct of a member amounts to the failure to comply with the relevant provision. 16B, to investigate any complaint received in accordance with this section. 16C, to investigate on its own initiative a failure to comply with the relevant provision. 16D, to advise the members of the House of Assembly and members of the public on the procedures for making and investigating complaints to which paragraphs A applies. And 16E, to prepare reports on investigations conducted by the Commission for submission to the House of Assembly. And it was mentioned earlier by the member of the third, the power to impose fines. And I think that it is important to note that, yes, the members of the House have some form of immunity, but in a case such as this, clause 17(1), the Commission shall, in the performance of its functions under this Act, impose any member who breaches the provision of this Act a fine not exceeding $5,000. And again, in my view, Madam Speaker, this particular bill, it's important at this time, and it will help to build the trust of the public in its members, and the fact that, they will be comfortable in knowing that you just can't get away with certain things, and that there will be watched, we will be watched, we will be scrutinized, and we will have to adhere to whatever punishment according to the investigation reveals. But there's a lot more to this bill, and I look forward to the committee stage when we go through it, and clause by clause, of course, as is required. And if any amendments are to be made, Madam Speaker, of course they will be. But before I close, and it's very brief, just to say that I also join in recognizing you, Madam Speaker, for the significant role that you played in drafting this bill, and everyone else that was listed this morning by both yourself and the Honorable Premier, who assisted in getting this bill to the Honorable House for us to debate it today. And at the end of the committee stage, we'll come back and pass it. And I congratulate you for your contributions and your tenacity in getting it through to this stage, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Marion Walwyn.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to rise first to commend you, like has been done by everyone else, but I have to do it as well, for what I consider to be a magnificent job in putting this document, Madam Speaker, together. And I want to also thank you for the opportunity afforded to members during our informal meetings to make our contributions. So I do believe that our contributions should in fact be very brief in most respects, since we all had a time to look through it and make our contributions. And I can see in the various clauses where you took our concerns into consideration. I really want to thank you so very much for that. This is certainly showing that the House of Assembly is in fact becoming of age, where we understand our responsibility to our constituents, and our constituents have a way to be able to hold us accountable to the standards that they expect of persons who they elect to represent their interests. In some other parts of the world, in some other democracies, you have a repeal provision sometimes where you're not pleased with the performance of a member, and you can recall them and so on. This is as close as we can get based on where we are right now. But I think what is important, Madam Speaker, is for persons, the public, is one of the tasks I have for you. Not that I can give you a task, but I'm suggesting one. And I know you're a very wise person who knows when to take wise counsel. Public relations is going to be the most important thing that you have to do with this bill. It makes no sense passing a bill and the public doesn't know how they can properly avail themselves of it and what the proper procedures are for making sure that certain things happen. So I want to challenge you and your able staff, your clerk and everybody else, your information officer, to get snippets of this bill out to the public as quickly as possible so that they can know what are the things that they can certainly raise concerns about, as we see here in section 16 that lists the functions and the things that can be investigated. And then as we look, Madam Speaker, to section 24, it gives some restrictions on the things that cannot be investigated. And even though we had a little input Some of the clauses, sometimes when you look at something today and you go back and look at it tomorrow, something else comes to mind. So when you look at section 24, it says the commission shall not investigate A, conduct of a member in the chamber of the House of Assembly. So you're meaning within these chambers right here, because this is where you preside. Allegations relating solely to a member's private and personal life. And I would want to encourage us in the committee stage to say something along the lines like allegations, whether in whole or in part, that relates to a member's private or personal life. Because I think that distinction needs to be made very clear. Anything personal with a member, you are not to bring that matter before the commission. And then, Madam Speaker, D says, or C, because we have a renumbering issue that we have to deal with there, the funding of political parties and the acceptability of donations, that obviously has to be dealt with differently. And any other matter, I want to suggest this, a fourth point, any other matter whatsoever unrelated to the role of the member of the House. So I think it needs to be very clear that persons know clearly what it is, the things are that they can bring to this commission and what things should not. I also want to bring the point, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that you did it, and I can see your very good legal acumen here at work in section 19, where you give the stages of the proceedings, which is very important, Madam Speaker. And in 19.1, the heading being investigations, general provisions relating to an investigation into a complaint. 19.1 says a person who wishes to make a complaint about the conduct of a member shall submit the complaint in the form prescribed in the schedule, which is attached to the bill, to the commission. The commission shall undertake investigations into a complaint in accordance with the following two possible stages. A, stage 1, which shall consist of investigating and determining whether a complaint is admissible. I think perhaps we might want to consider, instead of using the word admissible, perhaps we ought to say whether the complaint has merit. I think that's what we're trying to say. Because it would certainly be at that first stage, if the complaint has no merit, then it need not go on to stage 2. And it's disposed of without even having to trouble a member about the issue. But Madam Speaker, all in all, as I said, it's a very well-written bill. I think whatever issues we have, we can deliberate on them in the committee stage. But again, public relations and getting the information out as quickly as possible to the public, I think, is going to be paramount to the success of what we're trying to do. Congratulations again to you and all the other persons who were involved in getting us to this point.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too will be rather brief, as we did have quite an exegesis on this already and the informal. Madam Speaker, I will start with in part 1 on the interpretation, where it says minister. I think the member for the third did allude to this particular part, where it says minister means the minister to whom responsibility for the subject of this act is assigned. I didn't think, Madam Speaker, that it would be really assigned to a minister. Madam Speaker, I must commend you and your team for the excellent work that you did in advancing this piece of legislation, which is actually land-breaking. Good day for the House of Assembly and the BVI. And Speaker, as we move towards more self-determination, these things must be done. So the light at the end of the tunnel is starting to move from a pin to a tennis ball. And it takes this kind of legislation to move things forward, the independence of the House. I think the reason why I said I was not sure it should be with the minister, but maybe more with the speaker, has to do with clause 3, subsection 2. That says, in the performance of its functions under the Act, the Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. But when you juxtapose that with paragraph 9, remuneration, you said the commissioner shall be paid such remuneration as the minister may, with the approval of the cabinet, determine, and the payment shall be made out of the funds of the commission. So you have a minister really in total control. You don't pay. Pay is a great motivator. And I just see a possibility where you get a bad managed minister. You don't get them too often, but you could get one who for some reason want to block something, may use that there as an avenue. Remember for the 6 said public relations, but I want to use a different word. I want to say, Madam Speaker, significant education. The public must be educated on something like this here. It is very new, and persons are often very anxious when it comes to members of the House of Assembly. Very anxious about them, and will use any opportunity to get at you if they can, for whatever reason. But I'll come back to that later. Madam Speaker, the composition of the commission is good. The commission shall comprise of 3 commissioners, one of whom shall be a retired judge or an attorney at law of at least 15 years standing, and who has practiced in the Virgin Islands or within the jurisdiction of the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States, and who shall be the chairperson of the commission. This alone sends the message of the seriousness of this legislation we have here today. This is not Papa Show walk here. This is seriousness. Because the bill, like it says, it's a bill, an act to establish a parliamentary commission for standards to promote, encourage, and safeguard high standards of conduct in the public office of members of the House of Assembly and for related matters. Madam Speaker, we cannot take this lightly. This House is the highest lawmaking body of the land, and it should be given such a deference. In all our laws, that should come through very, very clearly. And just the commission alone tell you these people are serious. They are serious. They have got top quality brass to deal with this thing. Responsibility of the commission. 15. The commission shall, in the exercise of its functions under this act, be responsible for promoting, encouraging, and safeguarding high standards of conduct in a public office by members of the House of Assembly. Again, education. It is so important, I will say it over and over, the need for a good education of the public on the implications of what this tool we have here, this act, how it's supposed to function and safeguard this honorable House here. And in part 4, general provisions relating to investigations into a complaint. A person who wishes to make a complaint about the conduct of a member shall submit the complaint in a form prescribed in a schedule to the commission. People like to say, boy, I get this from a good source. They like to talk things. They can go quickly or send a quick WhatsApp or a phone call. But this requires you to actually put it down in writing. So it cannot be frivolous or trivial with these kinds of matters, because persons in this house, reputation will be at stake. And you go foolishly doing something because you don't like somebody, put it in writing and we know who you are. I guess it could be an anonymous part. The commission shall undertake investigations into a complaint in accordance with the following 2 stages. Again, it can't be willy-nilly haphazard how you feel. There are strict rules and procedures. I really like the way this is laid out. Again, it shows excellent work on your part. And the House is also involved. The Commission may at any time make a report to the House of Assembly as to the progress of an investigation into a complaint. Also, often, Madam Speaker, we make complaints here and there, and for months you can't hear nothing. And that is wrong. This here addresses that shortcoming in some system that I have seen. Let me go to, I think 24. 24 is absolutely brilliant. 24 is going to save persons from themselves. there is a commission that has some restrictions. It says the commission shall not investigate, because, Madam Speaker, when we're elected, our private life and public life tend to merge and morph, and it's hard sometimes, even for us to figure out which is private and which is public, much less the public themselves. So these safeguards are put in here to guide persons. It says the commissioner shall not investigate A, conduct of a member in the chamber of the House of Assembly, and not to target anybody. B, allegations relating solely to a member's private and personal life. Come on, Speaker, person, Speaker, once you're elected, you're the elected person and your conduct should be the same everywhere. And even in what you may consider private, everybody could tell you. You may be at a funeral, even viewing a dead body. You feel like a hand on your shoulder, seeing the place, but I need to tell you something. They say in the place, but there's something we need to discuss. They say in the place, and they carry on right there, as if you're in your office. But it's when they probably see you, and you can't often blame for a particular time like now, where because of the COI, we have been in this house relentlessly for a couple of months. And for a lot of us, our constituents aren't seeing us. But we have to get this work done, Madam Speaker. We were here yesterday, after late last night, we were here Tuesday. We were trying to get this work done. So, Madam Speaker, because they're not seeing you regularly like they used to, and all of us, we go and respect those who have passed on. They finally catch you there by the casket. And they grab you right there, and then they continue. Madam Speaker, Part D I find a little troubling. And I guess in committee stage, we'll look at the funding of political parties and the acceptability of donation. And some of it is covered in other places. It is covered in other places. So we just have to make sure we're not getting ourselves in any unnecessary trouble. Then, Madam Speaker, what else I had flagged in here? Most of the things I had flagged, Madam Speaker, the other members have either picked up already or will pick up later. Madam Speaker, again, I commend you for this work. And it shows if you're going to move towards our more self-autonomy, independence, building our institutions is paramount. And that's what I'm seeing displayed here at the highest quality. Even the harshest critics can't find much to even do with this because it's very well done. But again, Madam Speaker, I'll end by saying this. The education on how this is applicable and how it's applied by the public needs to happen. It needs to be rigorous. It needs to be intense to make sure a person don't get himself in trouble with false expectations as to what this can do and how it's supposed to happen. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to also associate myself with this Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill, and I rise to especially congratulate you and to commend you for your leadership in this House in taking the first step towards the independence of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands in keeping with the Constitution. Madam Speaker, you have been relentless in your efforts. You have been working behind the scenes. You have been working very hard, especially at this time when, during the last several months, when we have been focused on the Commission of Inquiry. And Madam Speaker, I know that you have been juggling and holding several balls in the air at the same time. And for us to have gotten to this point where we are ready to debate and complete this Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill, you are to be highly and roundly congratulated. Madam Speaker, yes, I know that we have been through this in the informal session or various informal sessions, But when we stand to debate, I believe, even as a new member of the House, I believe it is to inform the public about why we are debating and what the provisions of the bill, what are the provisions of the bill. And so, Madam Speaker, the bill, as we all know, regulates the conduct of members of the House of Assembly. As the Premier said, it promotes, encourages, and safeguards the high standards of conduct of all the members of this House. Madam Speaker, as 13 members, we all have our differences. But as 13 members, Madam Speaker, I know that our highest calling is to serve the people of this country. And this bill enables us to do so. It enables the involvement of the public in a tangible way. I agree with the member for the 6th when he said that the public relations part of this is very important. We call it public relations or we call it public education. The public needs to know what the bill is about, how to use it, and when to use it. The member for the 3rd, of course, went through in full details the various areas that I am, of course, not going to repeat. I've just a few points that I want to make mention of, and one is the independence of the Parliamentary Commission from any person or authority. And I know, Madam Speaker, this is one that you fought fiercely for. I also am very pleased that we have leading the commission, or once the bill is passed, that it will be led by either a retired judge or a senior lawyer. As was said by the Minister of Health, it shows that we are really serious about this commission. I also like, Madam Speaker, in terms of the procedures under Section 21, Clause 21, I believe, and following, they are very clear, they are transparent, they cause us, in fact, we are required to ask ourselves 3 questions, or not we, but the persons bringing complaints will ask 3 very clear questions. And of course, there will be a response from the Commission. Madam Speaker, I really like the fact that investigations will not be drawn out. Yes, they might go beyond 6 months, but at 6 months, based on this bill, you have to give, or the Commission will have to give some report. We know that there are some investigations that can go on ad infinitum. Madam Speaker, finally, again, the public can become involved. The public can launch complaints that ensure that we, the elected representatives, are held accountable at all times. And again, I urge the public to use this act, once it is passed, to get the service from all 13 of us that the public deserves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Very much, Madam Speaker. And I too rise in support of this legislation, the Virgin Islands Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill 2024. I will perhaps divert from some members in that I will speak more broadly to certain principles rather than a more of a clause-by-clause dissection which will take place in the committee phase, even though such dissections, as my honorable colleague has just said, helps to inform the public about the very precise tenets of the bill. It's certainly a significant piece of legislation for us, and it speaks to our maturity and progress. And I too thank you, Madam Speaker, and all others who have brought it to this point, including members of the House who may have contributed to the vision and development through the years, as we learned this morning. I think the bill is comprehensive and covers a number of necessary areas. I think it's important that members of the public are keenly aware that this legislation will be, as all legislation is, will be available to all, and that persons will have the opportunity to be aware of what is required and steps to take where needed. I support the encouragement given to you by the member for the 6th that we communicate it. As I said, the legislation will be available to all, but as you said, sometimes how do you eat an elephant? One chunk at a time. So rather than sending out the whole bill, which is useful for some persons, but able to send pieces of it so people can grasp it and understand what the provisions are and steps to be taken. I do like, however, in clause 4 that we have sought to establish, and I say we because I was proud to be a part of the collaborative effort in building this piece of legislation, sought to set a high bar for who would serve as a commission. Because this body, the Legislative Council, is the highest legislative body in the land. It is significant not because of the role it plays only, but it's significant as to how you become a member of the House. You become a member of the, and as you said, an elected member of the House through individuals in the territory exercising their franchise and selecting as their means of participating in government, selecting those persons who should be involved. So I think it is important that we have commissioners of high integrity, as indicated in the bill, and well experienced and well suited to serve the purpose. I think the equally high bar of removal of a commissioner is also important. That rather than a simple majority, that there must be a 2/3 majority in order for a commissioner to be removed. And this says that there must be a level of support and deliberation rather than whim that will simply get a commissioner to be removed. Madam Speaker, though I'd like to say that this bill is presented in a wider context of legislation and policies associated with accountability, integrity, and good governance. Measures, as the Premier would have said, have been put in place with respect to the conduct of ministers, members of the public service, and in today or tomorrow, we'll likely also deal with matters related to statutory bodies who also have the members of those boards who have an obligation to the public for good conduct as well. I would say it's in the context of a broader picture with respect to the effectiveness of government. And we would have recently passed the Public Service Management Bill, which not only speaks to integrity of officers, but it speaks to effectiveness of officers, the need for officers to be in line with ministers as far as making plans, agreeing on what is to be achieved, and dealing with persons when those things do not happen. One of the underlying themes and motivations for me seeking membership in this House is the goal of improvement of government. And when I say government, I mean the entire government. Legislature, the public service, even the judiciary. It is important for me, and again, that's why I sought office, because at the end of the day, I would like to know that I have helped people of the Virgin Islands to have more confidence in the government's ability to function and the capacity of systems to hold officers accountable and address issues as needed. The public must believe that government's efforts are towards the interests of the people of the territory itself, and all who call here home. And Madam Speaker, while not a part of the electorate, we must recognize that as a territory we're in business. And I believe that individuals or bodies corporate from outside the territory must also have confidence that they will be treated fairly when dealing with government, especially when they are represented by legislators such as ourselves. And all of that is important to me, Madam Speaker, because I believe, as I've said time and again, we are on a path, an inevitable path towards self-autonomy. And the foundation, the critical foundation on which that lies is effective government, is credible government on which the people can have confidence. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate at this time? I recognize a member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise like other members to give my full support to this bill. And I want to ensure that my voice is on record to give you your flowers while you are here. Madam Speaker, just under, I think, 3 years ago, when you initially took office as Speaker and then again was reappointed, re-elected, you initially stated that when you came to a place of employment, you wanted to leave it a little bit better than when you first met it. And Madam Speaker, I am saying this publicly because I have no problem doing so. One of the things that I respect, Madam Speaker, is that when you make a commitment to something, you follow it through. And Madam Speaker, I am saying this from a place that I had two specific opportunities to travel with you. One to the United Kingdom, where we sat and we met with the Speaker. A few members were there with us as well. Other members, I think the member for the 3rd, and I want to believe Honorable Skelton, Honorable Penn as well was there, and the AG, yes. I can't forget the good AG. AG, I apologize. But I remember the conversation was about how do we strengthen the Parliament of the Virgin Islands to be more independent, and what measures can we take and what support can we get from the United Kingdom government. I remember the Speaker very, very firmly stating that he would do everything in his power to support you. And shortly after we returned, Madam Speaker, I think it was a couple of months after, I said, Madam Speaker, have you been in contact with the UK? And the Speaker, he says, yes, they're sending me information and I'm sending them information as well. And then you started your work from there. And then in 2023, Madam Speaker, I had the privilege again to travel with you and other members to Ghana, Accra, Ghana, for a CPC conference. I think it's the 66th CPC conference in Ghana, and where your focus was not so much so about what the conference had to offer, but what you could take away to bring back to the BVI to help this specific cause. And Madam Speaker, I remember one morning I was running a little bit late for one of the sessions, and you said, Honorable Turnbull, I need your help. I need you to pinch hit for me. And it was to sit and meet with the President of Ghana to get from him his commitment, from his parliament and his support team, the information relevant to how they operate their parliament. Not knowing that even though you couldn't make that meeting, you had your own private meeting set up after with the president and the king at their house, because persistency, Madam Speaker, is your name. But just to see the amount of work and the levels that you're willing to do to stay committed to a cause such as this. And Madam Speaker, I am congratulating you. I'm congratulating your office and every single member of this House and the Attorney General and her chambers for this tremendous piece of work that is here before us. And I am happy to be a part of this Fifth House of Assembly, where we are bringing a piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, that creates not just standards for persons to bring charges or bring complaints against members of the House of Assembly, but more importantly, Madam Speaker, a piece of legislation that is not left to question or left to interpretations in the minds of even the members of this House of Assembly of how we are to conduct ourselves and what is expected of us once we are elected to this honorable House, from the time of our swearing in to when we remit office, Madam Speaker. And I am proud to be a part of such a House that is making positive steps, not just talking about it, Madam Speaker, but you have led this charge that we have pen to paper. And I would say when we get to the end of it, even after there may be some amendments to this bill, I would say aye. You will hear my aye a little bit louder than a few of the members in here this time. But Madam Speaker, I've gone through this bill. I've listened keenly to the members that have spoken before. The public has their part to play, but Madam Speaker, I believe where complaints and different charges and the disciplinary actions that are within this bill all have their part, in the fines and penalties that are associated with this bill all have their part to play, Madam Speaker. I believe it is now something that we can hold in our hand and state that this is how I am governing myself as a member of the House of Assembly. I don't have to wait and hear nobody come from any place else to tell me what they expected me to do. And Madam Speaker, one of the key things to this bill that I see where members specifically have used our wisdom and used our knowledge is to ensure that we were not recreating wheels that already exist. We paid attention to the contents of the Constitution. We paid attention to the contents of other bills, the Register of Interest bills, the other bills that govern how certain procedures are supposed to be carried out based on our responsibility, and we married it together to put this bill together. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that each member of this House, I believe some member I heard spoke about the educational part of it. While I would echo their sentiment and challenge you and charge you to educate, I believe it is each one of our jobs and duties and responsibility to hold this piece of legislation and educate our constituents on what standard we are to be held to, what we are expected to be responsible for, and what actions they can take to hold us to account when we step out of line, Madam Speaker, so that it doesn't go down the road. And it is not just us judging ourselves or looking at the actions or inactions of ourselves and making a decision, but we have gone to the step where we have someone like a High Court judge and a set of persons who are credible to make a decision and carry out the decision on what should happen and what actions to take as we continue. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support this piece of legislation before this honorable House. Once again, I thank you. I thank all members of the House of Assembly for your team. And, Madam Speaker, I will end with this simple note of a quote that I now live by from Denzel Washington, which says, "Without commitment, you'll never start. But without consistency, you'll never finish." And thank you for being consistent, Madam Speaker. This is the first step to many, and I know you will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll kind of start where the member for the second ended, consistency indeed. And today I feel good standing here in terms of this Parliamentary Commissions for Standard Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, timing is perfect because I know we've spoken about where we want to see the House going. And as we go through the Commission of Inquiry, I know we had to do some amendment with the Integrity in Public Life, that bill, where we made some amendment because the House of Assembly, this same integrity, this standard bill was all encompassed in that legislation. So through discussion and the informal committees, we understand and we collectively realize and acknowledge that we should be separated from the integrity in public life. And since then, you've been resolute, Madam Speaker, in terms of getting us to this point where we are today. And I must acknowledge you. I must recognize you for your visionary leadership because, Madam Speaker, you had been, and you are the one pushing forth with this standards bill, Commission for Standards bill, and all the other persons involved from the AG and the Premier's office, and getting to this point. And I feel good that we're here today because this is basically, you always say a red letter day, but I am happy that we are here moving towards this level of independence. And, you know, this is basically aimed at enhancing the integrity and accountability within our governance structure, within the House of Assembly. And Madam Speaker, if I could give you a round of applause, I would, for where we are today. Madam Speaker, I know members have spoken quite a lot about the bill and spoken about going into the committee stage. What I must say is that getting to this stage, we have had quite a lot of informal meetings. We've made changes, we have tailored this bill to what we think would work best. And as we go through the bill, when you delve into the bill, especially in part 2, where we speak about the commissioners. I know initially in the original bill there was one commissioner who would lead this commission. But then we thought about fairness and transparency and the level of integrity that we want to see in terms of this commission, and impartiality, because we want to make sure that when a complaint comes to the commission, it's not just decided by a one-man commissioner. And I know we've experienced that actually, how it is where one person's decide your faith. But Madam Speaker, the appointment of these commissioners, it speaks to the level of independence that we want. It's not just an easy process. They'll go through a vigorous process in terms of choosing these commissioners. And they'll be based on their integrity, their competence, and so forth. So we want persons to feel comforted that when they go through that process, it's ethical, and these commissioners have a strong understanding of governance. And also the culture, because we'll be choosing from retired judges and some persons in from our community. So the culture of understanding us is quite important as we go through this process. Members have spoken about the responsibilities and the functions of the commission and how you would then receive the complaints regarding members' conduct and, ensuring that each and every concern will be addressed thoroughly. Madam Speaker, one thing that members may have neglected to mention in section 17 of the bill is that you can impose fines. That is quite important. And hopefully this would lead to a deterrent in any sort of misconduct. Because, if a complaint comes against you and you go through that process, that fine would be imposed upon you. So members would understand that there are repercussions to any of their actions. So again, this should be hopefully be a deterrent to any sort of misbehavior. The members have spoken about the investigative process and the stages, and that is highlighted in sections 19 to 22. And this emphasizes the importance of a structured approach to this process. Now I know, this whole idea of making sure that members do the right thing, and we hope that this, even though we'll have this body in place, that members align themselves to do the right thing in terms of this parliamentary commission for standards. So we want to make sure that and ensure that this house, it's clean and we do the right thing in here. I mean, we're elected to come and represent people and take this territory forward. And we do that in a transparent and an honorable manner as we serve the public. And this also speaks to any conflicts of interest that may arise, and it speaks to, even if you have contracts or you intend to have contracts with government, then you do your reporting. In part 5, I go to part 5 where it speaks to the code of conduct. This code is not merely a set of rules, Madam Speaker, it's a commitment that members must adhere to. And again, ensuring that our behavior reflects the values and integrity of respect. In section 34, each member will sign this code of conduct, reinforcing our dedication to the ethical standards. Madam Speaker, if in part 6 of the bill, it outlines how the commission too would be funded. It speaks to the setting up of the commission and paying the commissioners and so forth. But Madam Speaker, this is not just barely a waste of money. This is an investment and not an expense, because this is necessary for good governance. For example, Madam Speaker, it wouldn't just be for salaries, but it would be for operational costs, and also there's a training component so we could better understand the responsibilities and the use of the code of conduct. And members have spoken to about making sure the public is aware of what this entails. And this is also for persons who would be aspiring to also serve in this honorable house as well, to be familiar and be au fait with what is happening, what this bill is about. Madam Speaker, in section 40, it mandates that the members disclose, as I mentioned, any contracts with government, ensuring all transparency if doing any business. For example, if a member has a stake in a company that's bidding for a contract, the requirements to disclose that connection would help prevent any conflict of interest and maintain public trust, as that is what we are trying to obtain here. This obligation ensures that the decision-making process remains fair and unbiased. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in the opening of this, I spoke about this red letter day. But this is a transformative step towards establishing a culture of accountability and integrity within this House of Assembly. And again, I acknowledge you, Madam Speaker, and as we have discussed this bill thoroughly, I know that all members will be in support of this bill as we ensure to uphold the values that our constituents and the people of this territory expect and do deserve. Madam Speaker, again, I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I call on the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first apologize for being a bit late. I had a doctor's appointment, and now I can't see. Madam Speaker, I too want to join my colleagues in congratulating you in bringing this bill before, preparing it to come before this House. And Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill, and it's long overdue. It should have been here years ago, but better late than never. So the Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill 2024, Madam Speaker, which we are debating today, covers quite a number of important provisions to keep members of this House in this House in what I would refer to as a place where people have respect for and they will be willing to come and serve in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, the bill I show is made up of 7 parts, 2 schedules, and 47 clauses. Madam Speaker, while the majority of the bill is quite fine, there are some provisions in it that I think in the committee stage which we must address. You know, one of those things is the minister is assigned to. So if you have a premier who will assign it to a junior minister or something, it takes the sting out of the importance of what it's supposed to be. So I will assume that this will be assigned to the premier because of its importance, and not just any minister. Even the deputy is fine. Yeah, but I think the importance of it, I don't know if you're missing my point, the importance of it needs to be up at a level that people can have respect for it. Madam Speaker, I won't go through it in order, but there are penalties for breaching of the codes. And for members, it's $5,000 penalty, which is I think it needed to have a step process, because some violations going to be worse than others. But at the bottom of it, if someone, a private citizen, is summoned to come to the commission, you know, their fine is $1,000 and some years in jail, and a vote. Madam Speaker, I see a problem. You will be willing to lock up a private citizen for doing something wrong that is not affirming to an oath, but elected officials, if you do something that is grievous, we pay a $5,000 fine, and that's it, you know. I think we need to look at it a bit more to see exactly how we can make that a fair process. Madam Speaker, I also have an issue with, I don't have a problem with the 2/3 majority vote for the commissioners, the 3 commissioners, and you heard all the members say the chair should be a retired judge or some legal practitioner, 15 years of service, and there must be Virgin Islanders or belongers. So all of that is good, but when you come now to the point of what you refer to them as a substitute commissioner, for some unknown reason, it's just a mere majority. I know the problem we could encounter. We could encounter a bipartisan, a partisan kind of opposition appointing one of the acting commissioner. But I think we need to think about that a little more and ensure that the people who are going there, they're not going because of some political party, something. So that again needs to be a little further discussed in the committee stage. Madam Speaker, even the appointment of commissioners, if you're a member of this house, 4 years from now, you can also become a commissioner. I think the time frame is a little too short. It needs to be extended. You know, I think you don't get this system out of you in 4 years. You need a little more time to serve on a commission. Otherwise, again, we're going to make a mockery of it, and we shouldn't do that if this thing is so important. Madam Speaker, and then we go to the to the staff of the commission. And we say if you were working for the House of Assembly, an employee of the House of Assembly, 2 years. I don't know if that's kind of short in my mind also, but again, I'm willing to listen to members' views, and I think we should set up this commission that's at such a high standard that no one in the public will question it. So the 2 year I have a problem with. And then the appointment, Madam Speaker, a commissioner other than the chairperson, which is the Speaker, shall be appointed for a period of 4 years. I think we need an overlapping system. We need an overlapping system that goes from one election to another. So it should be for a maximum of 5 years, or so it doesn't interfere with the system moving forward. Madam Speaker, like I say, I agree with the 2/3 majority vote for the appointment of the commissioners, but the acting commissioners also need to follow a similar process, because in clause 8 sub 3A, it says a person who is not eligible to be appointed as a commissioner is not eligible to be appointed as an acting commissioner, which is right. And it says shall hold office on such terms and conditions as the House of Assembly may determine. Again, Madam Speaker, we need to set up this system that is beyond the House of Assembly. I don't have a form thing on how to do it, but we need to set it up beyond the House of Assembly. And this is at any time removed from the office by the House of Assembly. But this is the acting commissioner. The commissioners who you appoint first, you got to go 2/3, but the acting commissioner could just be removed regardless of how long you appointed him for. So again, Madam Speaker, we need some provisions for this. Madam Speaker, also under clause 12, proceedings of the commission. I know it's probably the offices for the commission, Madam Speaker. Again, is something probably needs to be said about it. I know you have the Speaker's office. The Speaker chairs the commission. Is the Speaker's office and the Commissioner office the same office? We have to set up an independent office. So that needs to be clear in the Act. Madam Speaker, under the directions and procedures of the House of Assembly, 18.1, the Commission shall, in carrying out the functions, comply with any directions and procedure of the House of Assembly given by the committee. Again, Madam Speaker, this could be sending the wrong signal, so the legal minds need to see how we can make it not sound like that. Because the committee we're talking about is the committee of the House. And for that to be given instructions, commission, I don't know, I know you don't want to have all of it, and I show it someplace already. The other part, Madam Speaker, the stages of the investigation is very important. So I think it's laid out in my mind. I didn't have a issue with it. And and then you had under what it was now 25 for the purposes of this, the purposes of the second test specify requirements that the complaint is made in writing, is made by the individual, names the member of the house concerned, and so forth. But it speaks of it's so this is the litmus test for the complaint, and it seems to me like some other clauses are missing from it. So in order to, I think the member for the sixth mentioned that the private business should not be part of it. Madam Speaker, when we go to restrictions in the investigation, and quite a number of members mention it, and all of a sudden dropped in here is the funding for political parties and acceptability of donation. I think that needs a whole paragraph, a whole something. It just can't be left like that hanging. Or it needs to be deleted and then come up with a, what do you call it? A party, a political party funding piece of legislation. But to leave that hanging like that is your campaign finance. And Madam Speaker, it speaks to that and when I look at the schedule 1, the minister could alter the schedule. But when I look at the schedule, there's really nothing there. What can the minister, change on the schedule without the approval of the House of Assembly? It speaks to regulations, and regulations must be subject to a negative resolution of the House, so that is covered. And it speaks to annual report and how annual reports are laid on the table. The Speaker being the chair, I guess we'll hand it to, I don't understand, the annual report goes to cabinet if you are building an independent house, or it is laid on the table. It's not clear, because based on the procedure that happens with reports, they end up in cabinet. So the independence of the House will not be as effective as it should, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with not being able to see properly, I will, again, Madam Speaker, you have done some tremendous work here. And points that I have mentioned, to me, they're minor, and we can deal with them in the committee stage. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable. I must note for the record that the Honorable Member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn, would have loved to be here to give his contributions. Unfortunately, he is on travel duty, as he traveled in my stead to attend the regional parliamentary conference. So I just wish to note that for the record, as the Virgin Islands needed to be represented. At this time, I'll call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members for their contributions to the debate. I wish all the contributions could sound like this. So perhaps maybe you'll have to bring some more legislation, Madam Speaker. You received glowing commendation from all the members, and deservedly so. And I pledge to you, Madam Speaker, that as a leader of government business, I am committed to the Reformation project which you have undertaken. which we have a significant step here with this Parliamentary Commission for Standards bill. Of course, I'm looking forward also to the House of Assembly going statutory and being independent of the administrative functions of central government, and of course, House of Assembly being that the House of Assembly is responsible for allocating funds, would simply allocate monies for the proper functioning of the House of Assembly. And I know that you've been doing your research along with other members in your travels, whether to the United Kingdom to see how their system works, or further afield at the CPA events. Madam Speaker, I also want to recognize that this is a wonderful example, Madam Speaker, of taking something which some persons obviously are not happy with, which is a commission of inquiry, and co-opting the process and using it for our own purposes, taking control of it and owning the process. We started with a report by Sir Gary Hickenbottom. There were a number of recommendations relating to the integrity, essentially the strength of the institutions in holding members accountable to standards of ethics and integrity. As a part of this process, Madam Speaker, a reviewer was selected, and in most cases, Madam Speaker, reviewers were selected in agreement with the Premier. And we selected, I believe it was either for B4 or B5, I can't remember, it may have been B5, which had to do with members contracting with members of the House of Assembly contracting with government or with statutory boards. We had a reviewer by the name of Denniston Fraser, and I want to thank Mr. Denniston Fraser for his work. I believe he's a former clerk of the House, actually. And he produced a report and essentially said there really wasn't a challenge with members contracting with government because, of course, we have a small territory and a member may have the services which the government needs, which is the case. But he said what needed to happen was the integrity framework needed to be strengthened. And he saw the vehicle for that being the Integrity Commission, which had already been passed in the House of Assembly and had already been, well, not necessarily established, but it had been passed. The legislative framework for that was there, and he suggested a strengthened Integrity Commission. But I have to give yourself credit, Madam Speaker. I have to give the members of the House credit, and I'll also recognize the member for the 3rd District, senior member of the House, who have been a great proponent of the Reformation Project. I think that's perhaps the reason why he was so keen to get up and recognize the work that you're doing, because he recognizes in you a kindred spirit in achieving the goals that he has long seen as important and which are reflected in the Constitution in terms of the House of Assembly being responsible for the privileges and immunities, etc. That provision in the Constitution. And Madam Speaker, I'm committed to the project, and I know that others in this House are committed to this Reformation Project, and we will see it through, Madam Speaker. But of course, Denniston Fraser gave his report, he made his recommendations, and we took those recommendations, and rather than just accepting them through dialogue, through consultation, through negotiation, we came up with something that worked well for us. And this is it here, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that the members also acknowledged that you gave ample opportunity for contributions to what we have before us in terms of the provisions before us. You know, the bulk of the work would have belonged to you, Madam Speaker, but of course, members had every opportunity to contribute to what we have before us. So I anticipate that we should have a smoother time in committee, considering that members had the opportunity to contribute. And members did bring up some areas where there's potential for amendments, potential for changes. I'm looking forward to those discussions. Quite a number of things were mentioned in the debate. You know, in particular, Honorable Fraser, leader of the opposition, very detailed in terms of taking a look at specific provisions in the bill. And of course, I took note of what they said, and I believe in committee stage we can have a discussion about those with the witnesses who will make themselves available. Madam Speaker, what I will say is we must be ever mindful of the minimum standards of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, which is a document that you shared with us, Madam Speaker, in your research and in seeking support from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And we had, that's basically the document we started off with. And of course, I'm confident that this bill that we have before us meets the minimum standards. In making any amendments, we should be ever conscious of maintaining those minimum standards. And we also must be aware and be conscious of the types of challenges we've had in our governance in the past, which the COI was responding to and criticizing. Madam Speaker, I am confident that we will be able to produce a bill that can be an example of the type of progress that can be made in Virgin Islands, which is seeking greater autonomy, greater responsibility for our own affairs. And perhaps I'll just close off by saying, Madam Speaker, this bill goes really to the heart of the governance reform we have been undertaking. We've made admirable progress as it pertains to reforming policies, laws, procedures, but ultimately we must strengthen our institutions, Madam Speaker, make them fit for purpose. Members of the House of Assembly may come, they may go. Ministers may come, they may go. Any individuals in the system may come, they may go. But when your institutions are strong enough to put checks and balances in place on the executive, on the legislature, to ensure that, of course, we do not have the opportunity to abuse the privilege of being in this high office, that any form of abuse will be captured. It will be there's an institution in place responsible for ensuring that abuses cannot go unaddressed. And I see that here, Madam Speaker. And there are other institutions that we will strengthen. There are other areas, you would say, gaps in our good governance framework. We have yet to establish the Human Rights Commission. That is something that I'd be committed to, Madam Speaker, before 2027. We also have the Freedom of Information bill. Mr. Ray Harris from the Law Reform Commission did, I think, excellent work in that regard. So we're not starting from scratch. And that is another something that I would like to see happen under my remit, Madam Speaker. Having said that, I'm looking very much forward to going through this bill in committee stage, making good progress, Madam Speaker, so that we can really cement this milestone in the history of the Virgin Islands. And we can look back and look at this point as a critical moment in establishing the independence of the House of Assembly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as Parliamentary Commission for Standards Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. Thanks. Members, perhaps